श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम्। ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वादिनीवती धीनामित्रयवतु। गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः। श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। पुरुषो वै नारायणो कामयतः प्रजासृजेति। नारायणात् प्राणो जायते मनः सर्वेन्द्रियाणि च। त्वं वायुर्ज्योतिरापः पृथिवी विश्वस्य धारिणी। नारायणात् ब्रह्मा जायते रुद्रो जायते नारायणादिन्द्रो जायते। नारायणात् प्रजापतयः प्रजायन्ते। नारायणात् द्वादशादित्या रुद्रा वसवः सर्वाणि च छन्दांसि। नारायणात् देवः समुत्पद्यन्ते। नारायणे प्रवर्तन्ते नारायणे प्रलीयन्ते। अथ नित्यो नारायणः ब्रह्मा नारायणः शिवश्च नारायणः शक्रश्च नारायणः पृथिव्यौ च नारायणः कालश्च नारायणः शिवश्च नारायणः पूर्वश्च नारायणः अधश्च नारायणः अन्तर्बहिश्च नारायणः। नारायण एवेदगुं निष्कलो निरञ्जनो निर्विकल्पो निराख्यातः शुद्धो देव एको नारायणः। न द्वितीयोऽस्ति कश्चित् य एवं वेद स विष्णुरेव भवति स विष्णुरेव भवति। ओमित्यग्रे व्याहरे नमः इति पश्चात् नारायणायेत्युपरिष्टात् ओमित्येकाक्षरम् नमः इति द्वे अक्षरे। नारायणायेति पञ्चाक्षराणि एतद्वै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदम्। यो ह वै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदमध्येति अनपब्रुवः सर्वमायुरेति। विन्दते प्राजापत्यगुन्द्राय स्फोषं कौपत्यम् ततो मृतत्वमश्नुते ततो मृतत्वमश्नुत इति य एवं वेद प्रत्यगानन्दं ब्रह्मपुरुषं प्रणवस्वरूपम् अकार उकारमकार इति कानेकदा समपरत्तदेतदोमिति यमुक्त्वा मुच्यते योगी जन्म संसारबन्धनात्। ॐ नमो नारायणायेति मन्त्रोपासकः वैकुण्ठभुवनलोकं गमिष्यति तदिदं परं पुण्डरीकं विज्ञानघनम् तस्मादनिदावन्मात्रम् ब्रह्मण्यो देवकी पुत्रो ब्रह्मण्यो मधुसूदनो सर्वभूतस्थमेकं नारायणम् कारणरूपमकार परब्रह्मो एतदतर्वशिरो योधीते प्रातरदीयानो रात्रिकृतं पापं नाशयति सायमदीयानो दिवसकृतं पापं नाशयति माध्यन्तिनमादित्याभिमुखो दीयान पञ्चपादकोपपादका प्रमुच्यते सर्ववेदपारायण पुण्यं लभते नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत्। ॐ सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
दीजो।
शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो।
ये धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो। सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है। सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप
Okay, just some housekeeping rules. There's no fire alarm test planned for today. So if the alarm goes, then those are the fire doors at the back. So everyone should move there. Please let me go first and then everyone can follow. So, that's a joke actually. So if you all go in an orderly fashion, that's better than rushing. So you all can get down quickly. Also don't use the lifts when the alarm is on, the fire alarm is on. There is the Sri Sathya Sai bookstore on the first floor. Please do visit. They have loads of Sai literature books which you will enjoy. And the restrooms or the toilets are on the first floor again. And that's where the dining room is. You may have gone there for breakfast this morning. And again, please may I request everyone to keep your phone in silent mode or in vibration mode. If you do need to take an urgent call, just leave the room so you can go and speak outside. And finally, I would like everyone to have the badge, go down and get the registration done and get the badge that they will provide. So if you haven't done that, just go down to the first floor to the registration desk. And may I request everyone to maintain silence while you're in this hall, and only the speakers are allowed to not to maintain silence during their turn. Now I have the great pleasure to introduce our brother Pratap Vikas, who we fondly call as Pratap Bhai. Pratap Bhai has been a devotee of Swami for 25 years. He's the current national president for Sri Sathya Sai Organisation UK. He's held various positions such as Centre Chair, Regional Chair and Vice President for Sri Sathya Sai Organisation UK over the past 12 years. By profession, he is the Chief Compliance Officer for a global financial services firm. So may I please request Pratap Bhai to come to the stage to give the welcome address.
Before we start, we'll have a short discourse from Swami first. Thank you.
హనుమంతుడు ఎట్టివాడో నీకు తెలుసునా?
You know what sort of person is Hanuman?
హనుమంతుడు శాంతుడు, గుణవంతుడు, బలవంతుడు. హనుమంతుడు
Hanuman is one of peace, he is one of character, he is one of physical strength.
మంచి బలవంతుడు.
He is very strong physically.
అతను అశోకవనంలో చేరాడు.
He went there to Ashoka.
సీతాన్వేషణ నిమిత్తమై అనేక విధమైన పవిత్రమైన కర్మలు ఆచరించాడు.
He made various attempts to search Sita.
కానీ లంకలో ఉన్న రాక్షసులు ఈనాడు ఈ కోతి ముఖం చూసి ఎరుగరు.
But the Rakshasas there in Lanka never saw any monkey before.
రకమైనటువంటి జంతువు వచ్చిందని అందరూ బయలుదేరారు దాన్ని చూడటానికి.
All Rakshasas, they wanted to see this funny monkey which they never saw before.
అందులో రావణుని యొక్క కుమారుడైనటువంటి వాడు ఇంద్రజిత్తుడు పోయి నీవెవరు అని ప్రశ్నించాడు.
Among them the Indrajit, the son of Ravana, asked, "Who are you?"
కానీ హనుమంతుని యొక్క శక్తి సామర్థ్యం ఎవరికీ తెలియదు.
No one knows the capacities of Hanuman.
అయినప్పటికీ
Yet
తాను చెప్పాడు,
he replied,
దాసోహం కోసలేంద్రస్య అయ్యా నేను శ్రీరామచంద్రుడి దాసుడను అన్నాడు.
He said, sir, I'm the servant of Sri Ramachandra.
ఈ దాసత్వంలో ఎంత గౌరవం ఏర్పడిందంటే
What respect he has.
నేను రామచంద్రుని దాసుడను అనుకుంటే మనకే గౌరవం, కానీ మా ఇంకొకరికి కాదు.
If we say that we're servants of Ramachandra, naturally it carries respect.
ఇంకొకరి దాసుడు కావచ్చును.
You may be servant to someone else.
దుష్టకర్మలకు దురాలోచనలకు దాసుడు కావచ్చును.
You may be servant to bad activity and bad thoughts.
విషయ భోగములకు విషయానందములకు దాసుడు కావచ్చును.
For sensual pleasure and worldly
విషయ
pleasure,
భోగములకు దాసుడు కావచ్చును.
you will be a servant of pleasure.
దాసుడు కావడంలో ఏం తప్పుంది?
But what's the mistake if you are the servant of God?
ఈ విధమైనటువంటి యొక్క డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ మనం చేస్తూ రావాలి.
We should exercise discrimination like this.
నేను ఏం తప్పు చేస్తున్నాను?
What mistake I
నేను
am?
ఎందుకోసం భయపడాలి?
Why should I be
సమాజ సేవ
afraid
చేయడంలో
of?
తప్పేముంటున్నది?
What is the mistake in
ఈ విధంగా తనలో తాను
serving?
ధైర్యాన్ని సాహసాన్ని అభివృద్ధి పరచుకోవాలి.
Therefore, we should be courageous in serving.
ఒకనొక సమయం లోపల
At one time,
ఈ సేవలు చేయకుండా కేవలం రామ్ 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 అని రాముని చింతన చేస్తూ పోతే ప్రయోజనం లేదు.
without serving anybody, if you go on repeating God's name, it's all useless.
సీతాన్వేషణ లోపల హనుమంతుడు లంకను ప్రవేశించాడు.
At the time when people were in search of Sita, Hanuman stepped into Lanka.
కానీ కొన్ని సందర్భం లోపల విభీషణుడికి హనుమంతుడికి స్నేహం ఏర్పడింది.
At one point of time, Vibhishana and Hanuman became friends.
విభీషణుడు హనుమంతుని ముందు వచ్చి చాలా బాధపడ్డాడు.
Vibhishana came in front of Hanuman and friends. Hanuman,
నీవు రామ సన్నిధిని చేరుకున్నావు.
you are so near Rama.
రామచింతన చేస్తున్నావు.
You are thinking of
నీ
Rama.
రోమరోమము రామనామంతోనే కూడి ఉంటుండాలి.
Every hair in your body is
నీవు
full of Rama.
అదృష్టవంతుడయ్యా.
How lucky you are.
నేను ఎన్నో సంవత్సరం నుంచి కూడా నువ్వు రామనామాన్ని స్మరిస్తున్నాను.
In fact, I have been chanting Rama's name for
కానీ
several years.
రామదర్శనం నాకు ప్రాప్తించలేదన్నాడు.
But I could not have darshan of Rama till this day.
హనుమంతుడు చెప్తున్నాడు బుద్ధి ఈ యొక్క విభీషణులకు.
Hanuman started teaching him.
విభీషణ
Vibhishana,
రామ్ 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 అని టేప్ రికార్డు మధ్య చెప్తున్నావే కానీ రామ సేవలో ఏమైనా నీవు పాల్గొన్నావా?
he said, Vibhishana, you went on chanting Rama's name like a tape recorder. Have you ever served Rama?
10 నెలలు అయిపోయింది సీతమ్మ వారు మీ యొక్క ఇంటికి వచ్చి.
See, Sita has been here for the last 10
ఒక్క
months.
దూరైనా కొన్న ఆ సీతను చూచావా నీవు?
Did you see her even?
ఆ సీతను యొక్క బంధ విమోచన చేయడానికి ఏమైనా ప్రయత్నం చేశావా?
Did you make an attempt to free her?
ఇది రామకార్యం కాదా?
Is it not Rama's activity?
రామకార్యం చేయకుండా రామనామం చేస్తుంటే ఈ వ్యక్తి ఈ రామతత్వాన్ని పొందగలడు.
Without working for Rama, without serving him, what is the fun of repeating his name?
నామంతో పాటు సేవలు కూడా చాలా ఉండాలి.
So along with the Lord's name, service is equally important.
నామం నెగిటివ్,
The name is negative,
సేవ పాజిటివ్.
service is positive.
ఈ నెగిటివ్ పాజిటివ్ రెండు చేరినప్పుడే కరెంట్ యూస్ఫుల్ అవుతుంది.
When once negative, positive are there, the current
అదే
flow.
మన విల్ పవర్.
This current is our willpower.
O Lord, take my love and let it flow in fullness of devotion to Thee. O Lord, take my hands and let them work incessantly for Thee. O Lord, take my soul and let it be merged in one with Thee. O Lord, take my mind and thoughts and let them be in tune with Thee. O Lord, take my everything and let me be an instrument to work for Thee. I offer my loving pranams at the divine feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected Zonal Chair, Zonal Coordinators, distinguished guests, my fellow brothers and sisters and children, Jai Sai Ram. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you for taking time and making the effort to be here today at the first national event, the National Office Bearers Conference of 2024. Can I please request the council members to come forward, please? I'm very proud to introduce you to the members of our new National Council. I start with our Vice President, Dr. Shakti Shanmuganathan, our National Spiritual Coordinator, Brother Satish Kumar, and National Service Coordinator, Brother Jayesh Patel, our Joint National Bal Vikas Coordinator, Sister Vasuki, our National Joint Bal Vikas Coordinator, Brother Ronnie, our Joint National Young Adult Coordinator, Sister Triveni, our Joint National Young Adult Coordinator, Brother Kapil. Where's he gone? Our National Media Coordinator, Brother Amit. Our Region 1 President, Dr. Jitesh Patel. Region 2 President, Mr. Neil Mehta. Region 3 President, our own Sister Arun. Region 4 President, Sister Manisha. Region 5 President, Dr. Ketan Parma. I sincerely thank Swami for choosing Ketan Pai and Brother Neil to be our members of the National Council, because between the two of them, they've significantly brought the average age of council members down. So we all qualify as young adults now. Region 6 President, Sister Sushma. Region 7 President, Sister Senta. Region 8 President, Dr. Shribala Sripada. She's unfortunately in India at the moment, so she can't be with us today. But I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the past council members who just stepped down at the beginning of this year. Brother Narendra Misri, who was our Joint Deputy National President. Sister Anita, who was our Region 2 President. Brother Sanjay Baja, Region 5 President. And last but not least, Dr. Bhaskar Ram for Region 8. I sincerely thank them for their commitment and the selfless service to the organization. So thank you to all of them. As we gather for this annual conference, let us reflect on the profound responsibility we carry as ambassadors of the values encompassed by Swami's mission. As ambassadors of his mission of service, love, and unity, we all play a pivotal role in carrying forward the torch of his teachings. Remember that our role is not just a position, but a sacred duty, a divine opportunity to be instruments of Bhagwan in bringing about a positive change. Let us lead by example, inspiring others to join us in the noble journey of ours. As we engage in the various responsibilities bestowed upon us, let us keep in mind the words of Swami, love all, serve all. This simple yet profound mantra encapsulates the essence of our mission. Let love be the guiding force behind every decision, every action, every interaction. Through selfless service, we not only uplift lives of others, but also elevate our own consciousness. In the face of challenges, let us remember that the seeds of opportunity often lie within adversity. Approach challenges as stepping stones towards our own growth and transformation. Embrace the lessons they bring and let them fortify our commitment to the cause we hold dear. Unity is the strength that propels our collective mission forward. As office bearers, let us foster an inclusive environment where every member feels valued and heard. Your actions and attitudes set the tone for the entire organization. Be an inspiration to others through your unwavering commitment, humility, and dedication. May this conference be a melting pot of ideas, inspiration, and collaboration. Let us work together in the spirit of collaboration and empower each other. Share ideas, insights, and experiences to strengthen our collective efforts. Also, during the interactive workshops that we will have later in the day, please share your experiences, insights, and innovation, for it is through the collective wisdom of all, of each one of us, that we can find new and effective ways to serve humanity. Together we can achieve so much more. As announced at the last National Birthday celebrations in November, the next 2 years will be dedicated through our own work and worship in celebration of Swami's centenary birth date. The theme for the next 2 years will be 100 years of pure love. We would like to share with you the logo that has been created by the National Council. This will be used for our UK activities for the next 2 years. Brother Shakti will share with you the details and the plans for the centenary celebrations that will spread over the next 2 years and the key events to note for the coming year. There are also many activities planned for the year, which each of the wing coordinators will share with you during the time when they talk you through their objectives for the year. They've set for this year to help us in driving Swami's mission forward. In conclusion, let us affirm our dedication to the principles of love and service, for in doing so, we contribute to the betterment of our communities, our nation, and our world. Together as guardians of this sacred mission, let us continue to be beacons of light, spreading the message of love and compassion far and wide. I would now like to invite our zonal chair, Brother Philip, to come forward and share with us his thoughts. Please welcome.
Session.
Wow, so many people. Salam to all of you. Thanks for being here. To me, coming to London is always like a mixture of coming home and coming to Pushanti. So much to talk about and so little time. I requested 90 minutes, but Patapai in his infinite wisdom cut me down to 20 minutes, minding your patience and my voice. No, I have the honor to address you directly. I have 3 parts that I would like to share with you. 2 of them will be, I think, I'll ask Swami to perform a little miracle because I have to put 2 45-minute talks into about 10 minutes, but we'll manage. I'm always honored and touched to be here. So in that sense, I'll invoke Bhagavan's divine presence and blessing for you and me, and I dedicate this at his lotus feet. Brother Pratap has already given the stage for what's going to happen, and I'm going to be touching a little bit about that. But first of all, as I noticed in the beginning, I should call myself a servant of Ramachandra. And it's interesting how these, I think they call it synchronicity, how things play together. That they chose the discourse with a little bit, I guess priming is the word that we use nowadays, what we are going to do here, which is service. We had the wonderful Center Leadership Conference last year. I don't know if you heard about it. It was a cool party, really nice. We have this great new building in Prashanti. I don't know if you've seen it. And the motto was practice and inspire. And the idea is that we move beyond bhajan and darshan. Because, as you heard Swami say, service is the key. Just chanting, just singing is not sufficient. So in this respect, okay, this is the wrong start. Okay, I'll start with something else. Patappa asked me to give a little report about what's going on in the world and in the rest of Europe. And that would take a lot of time. So I'll make it short to have a few highlights. First of all, the rest of Europe, as you know, is not that strong at the moment because we lost a lot of brothers and sisters, first to the other guys down the street from Prashanti, and then we had the other thing going on. But that's slowly changing, that I can tell you. And in the rest of the world, our brothers and sisters are more discerning and starting to come back to our side of the family. Unfortunately, in Europe, it's a little strange. But there is activity going on. For example, I've just been invited to celebrate Mahashivratri in Barcelona, where they will have a celebration with about 500 to 600 Indians, mostly Indians, 500 to 600 people from all over Spain, mainly Indian and Nepalese. So I will be there March 8th. And of course, the good news is that we saved Mother Sai Foundation in Italy. So we sort of have a center, ashram, convention center. I don't want to call it headquarters, but we have this really nice compound that Swami blessed in the north of Italy. If the website should go online one of these days, something to check it out. We will have events there, so just keep it in the back of your head if you ever want to go to Italy. It's a nice place. So that's the good news. We have a center in Switzerland now, and we're growing all over Europe slowly. But for you, it is primarily to be the beacons and carry the torch, as I said last year. That has not changed, but I'm sure you're all fine with that. Okay, so a few things that I would like to touch on. Now I'll have to see how this works, because they get me the... I have two little presentations. Don't worry, we will have separate... okay, where's the other one? The other set? Sorry. Oh, I can do this. Okay, we'll do this first. Okay. Okay. So, one of the things that we talked about in Prashanti is, I don't want to call it a rebranding, but that if you're in the business world, that sort of sums it up. What we are going to do for the 100th birthday is we're going to reintroduce Swami to the world, and we're going to focus more on the teaching, because his physical form is gone, and for a lot of people, darshan, samadhi is not that convincing. But we have such a treasure of spiritual teachings and hands-on practical teachings that we can, first of all, practice ourselves and share with the world, because I don't know if you've noticed, but the world is a little bit out of balance at the moment. So we have a lot of responsibility and the tools that we can help ourselves and others. And I think that is something we need to do, because just serving among ourselves and getting together for bhajans and nice coffee and everything, it's nice, but it's not what Swami would want us to do, right? We have to share this, go out. And one of the things that Swami actually taught a lot was yoga and breathing. And for the 100th birthday, we're going to have a project. We're going to comb through all the discourses and publish a book, a collection of what Swami says about yoga and teaching and meditation and kundalini and chakras and all those things. Because that is very interesting to a lot of people, and I'm living proof here that it actually works, because in 1998, Swami in Whitefield doing darshan told me to do kundalini yoga. I had no idea, basically I had no idea what that was, but now I'm a teacher and I've been doing it and teaching it for 25 years. And it helped me a lot in all kinds of contexts. So that is something that I would like to share with you. And this is actually a talk I gave, a 45-minute talk last year for Zone 5, Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan, all those places. Because over there, a lot of people are scared of their, I don't want to use the word, but let's call it mental decline as with increasing age. Some people call it dementia, some people call it Alzheimer's. And there's so much research on yoga and meditation and the brain and the nervous system that it would be a shame not to do something while you can, because that stuff actually works. I was really excited that they actually that breathing and meditation works on the brain is not a secret, but they actually recently, a couple of years ago, had a study that doing yoga postures actually affects parts of the brain. So this is not voodoo, guru, esoteric crap. It's actually working. First of all, it has a long tradition, and the old guys who came up with this, the rishis, they probably knew what they were saying. But if you're the scientific, the modern guy type of person, relax, go online. You will find hundreds of studies that prove that yoga, meditation, breathing works, benefits your mental capacity, your mental clarity, your decision making. It relaxes the parts in the brain that go for emotions. They call it hot and cold memory, like for trauma therapy, for example. A hot memory is something that you have to act on. You get agitated, like a car accident. And the whole point about trauma therapy, for example, is to make a hot memory a cold memory, so that you can think about the car accident or whatever trauma you had and not be affected by it. And, surprise, they found one of the reasons to do this is yoga and meditation. Would you believe it? Because yoga and meditation relaxes the brain. So that is something we talk about. It was a long class. We had about 230 people. I know about, I don't know how many, but a lot of people from the UK missed it because Zoom didn't count in the time change of the summertime. So we're going to have a class on this specifically for you, for our zone. And I'll be conducting it, but this is what we're going to do. And because the interest was so great from Zone 5, we're going to make it into a 9-class concept online over at least 6 weeks between the modules. It's going to be about 45 minutes, and it's going to be primarily practice. So, of course, I'll be talking a little bit, but the main focus is practice, because knowing something is nice, but it doesn't help. You have to actually do it. And once you do it, you feel that it's actually working, and you're inspired to teach others. So at the end of my talk, we're going to do a little breathing exercise to change. So we got to wrap that up. Now, I would need the slides that originally were purple. You just quickly go through them. Tattvas, gunas, elements, you've all seen that before. We're going to go through that. This is what we're not doing. And yeah, okay, go on. Okay, now we need the other set. If you have another set. If not, I do it by memory. Okay, anyway. The other talk, I'm just going to summarize briefly. We're going to have a separate online opportunity for you to join in. The US has a spiritual leadership program online, and once they're through, we are going to borrow it. And they asked me to teach one module in December, and it was about conscious leadership. And just to bring out a couple of highlights while they look for the slides, is how to be a spiritual leader, since you're all office bearers. And I noticed that it says Active Worker Conference. So while I was sitting there, I was contemplating, is there a passive worker? Does that make sense? No, not really. So, of course you have to be active as a worker. You cannot be a passive worker. So we all need to do, and of course you all know in one way or another, you have to inspire others. Leadership is something that is overused, and because a lot of people think that leadership is something that you just tell other people what to do. And of course that's wrong. And you all know from your lives, just by telling a person what to do, doesn't really help. So you need to inspire them, you need to encourage them. Sometimes you need to show them because they don't know how and they're afraid to ask. And since we're in a spiritual organization, there is no job. You have no responsibility. You cannot, in the business, they have the carrot and the stick. We don't do the stick. We do carrot only. Or, what's that sweet called? What do you have? Anyway, carrot. Just think about the carrot. So you need a different way of approaching people on how to do things, because we all need to get stuff done. Because sitting on your couch and chanting and singing bhajans, nothing's going to happen. And we have these things, and Patapai said it earlier, that we have the Centenary celebration, and the Indians have a lot of plans for that, and we should as well. So for all of you to take home, there are 3 areas I'd like you to think of. You've probably done this, but this is just sort of my homework for you. Because we only have like barely 18 months, and time flies. You all know that. So think about what you want to do yourself, your personal sadhana for the next 18 months for the 100th birthday. New, you only. Then there's a family, maybe, if you can think of something, a communal center, and then of course country, and zone, we'll get back to you on that. So just think about it. It doesn't have to be big. And since part of the idea is that we play Sealing on Desires, I know it's not very comfortable and not very popular, but still it's a very important concept, especially if you figure in the environment. Now I had to fly here, there was no other way, because I don't like tunnels, to be honest. So I had to fly here. But to keep the environment in mind and do the Sealing on Desire, also, not just money, but also, time, energy, focus, that is also a ceiling on desires. Spending hours on your phone, checking your Instagram and whatever, is not helping you. Most of the time, it's not helping you. Consuming news all day long, it's not helping. The world is still out there if you leave your phone off for an hour. So that is something. So one of the things that we're going to focus on in the future is we're going to do more yoga and more meditation, because after all, Swami asked us to do daily meditation. It's in the 9-point code of conduct. And very few people do. I don't know why. I've had Sai devotees in Germany say, oh, Swami told us not to meditate. Like, where, how? No. He didn't. He asked us to do meditation. And if you don't know what else to do the Jyoti meditation. So one of the things that's coming down the pipeline is an international online training to be Jyoti meditation, well, we don't want to call it teacher, but like instructor or facilitator or something. So that is something you might want to be interested in, because the Jyoti meditation is very unique to Baba. It's very simple because it has no spiritual mumbo jumbo in it. So anybody, atheist, Muslim, Buddhist, Catholic, whatever, there's no religious constraint about the Jyoti meditation. You don't visualize Baba, you don't visualize Krishna, or whatever people do, or the Tibetans, they visualize all kinds of Buddhas, which is helpful, but it's just their ideology, their ideology, whatever the English word is. Sorry. So, Jyoti meditation is something anybody can do. Breathing is something everybody can do. Baba taught several breathing techniques, and of course there are other things that we're going to be talking about this. But coming back to the spiritual consciousness, is the most important thing is, do we have them? Yeah. No? Those are the blue ones. I need the other one. Anyway, so the first part is that conscious leadership is you need to take your ego out of the equation, because ego kills team spirit. Ego is competition. Ego is this, I win, I do, I know, I'm better. We don't want that. First of all, we don't want that for spiritual purposes, but at the same time, we don't want this for practical purposes, because it's not helpful. This, I told you so, I'm right, it was my idea. Yeah, nice, but let's move on, because it's not helpful. So one of the things as an office bearer, you always are well advised to keep the bigger, and of course, no, too bad. I know him. Anyway, so one thing you're always advised to do is when you talk to people, and there will be conflicts when you're dealing with people, because some people feel off balance or whatever, is you always keep the larger good, the greater good, the larger goal in the room. Don't focus on the person, focus on the process. And imagine there's a slide with a G-O bracket O-D, because you can play with good and God. Yeah, it's just an O, a zero. You make yourself a zero. Anyway, it would have been a nice slide, but you get the idea. So if you have a problem with people, always focus on the process, get the things done, and tell them the end result. It's not about something, even if somebody messes up, don't make a big deal out of it. Don't scold them or anything. Just move on. Because I've never met anybody who messes up on purpose. Never, ever. Not in business, not in the side organization, not in yoga, not anywhere. If people make a mistake, something goes wrong, it happens. Just move on. This is the ego part. You don't tell people, it's not helpful. By the way, Baba says, don't criticize people, which doesn't mean that you can't address things that go wrong. You have to, because it's not all happy. Baba says, there's a balance between good and bad, and you have to accept both. And there's actually a term for it by now. It's called toxic positivity. Have you heard that? All these people that said, I don't want to hear anything negative, everything is positive. No, it's not. There's a war going on. It's not positive. But sitting at home contemplating the war and the horror is not helpful. First of all, you cannot change it. I was just told they had 1 million people marches here for Palestine. Didn't help. There's still disaster going on. So be careful with your personal energy and your attention, because energy flows where attention goes. It's an ancient saying. And this goes for us as well. That's why Swami says focus on him, because if you focus on him, that's where your energy goes. That's where your attention flows. But there is stuff you have to do in your life other than focus on him. Because after all, we are his instruments and we're supposed to do his work. Of course, he's behind everything, but he's not going to come down from heaven or wherever he is and, serve the people in your community. You have to do that. That's our chance. That's our, maybe obligation. But first of all, it's our chance. It's a benefit. We are part of this organization. We are his, how do we say? Inheritance doesn't sound right in English. We're his legacy. Let's put it that. So we keep his teachings alive. We keep his spirit alive, and we try to share it. And I think my 20 minutes are up, right? 5 minutes? Okay. Now, 2 more things. The conscious leadership, we don't have them? Still not? Okay, never mind. Okay. So discipline is very important. And this goes back to the yoga, the breath, and the meditation part, because the first duty, your first discipline as an office bearer is your personal discipline, your personal sadhana. Because people will know if you do what you talk. Authenticity, they say, is the currency of the current age. And to ask people to do something you don't want to do yourself, or even can't do yourself, is not helpful. That does not mean, for example, I teach yoga, so I'm not asking my students what I cannot do myself. Understand what I'm saying? So you have to practice. And if there's something you can do, you can tell them, well, I can't do this because of this and this and this, but I would like you to try. Or maybe you can do this. But you have to start at yourself first. And people will notice if you do this. If you're all agitated in your mind, you can't tell them to relax and calm down. If you're late, if you're unprepared, if you're messy, whatever, you can't tell people to be orderly, on time, efficient. So you have to lead by example. And this starts in your personal sadhana, because people will know. And scientific research shows if you meditate, if you do breathing exercises, your mental clarity, and thereby your vibration, your aura, whatever you want to call it, your ambience, your radiance, I guess the word is, will change and will affect other people. And we know this. If you're calm and you go into a room with agitation, you can calm the room down, but not by being agitated yourself. And the best and quickest way to lower your level of agitation is meditation, chanting. Of course, bhajan singing is nice, but do this every day because it's a constant effect. It doesn't have to be long, like 10, 15 minutes maybe. That's enough. But it's a constant practice, and with meditation, it grows over time. So that is something I would like to share with you, because you have a responsibility to pass this on to others. So it's your personal sadhana, it's your discipline, it's your focus, and also it's your love. Brother Pratap said it, we want an all-inclusive community. We don't want to judge. In my hotel, I was surprised that we tell people not to judge. And even in the lift, there's a little QR code. It's like, how's your experience? How's your breakfast? How's your room? How's your this? How's your fire extinguisher? You're supposed to judge everything all the time. For what? Who cares how I feel about the fire extinguisher or the lift, So we have to counter that a little bit, because it's not helpful, because it creates a judging mindset. And we want a relaxed, inclusive mindset. And it's very difficult, I know this from experience, because it goes a little bit against our Western, what they call Western culture. But we have to try. We can't get sucked into this judging and liking and disliking and all that. It's not, we're all one. We're one family, we're one planet, and whatever problems we face, we can only solve together. Okay? And we're little beacons of light helping the greater good of God. Okay? So, with my final 2 minutes overdraft, I would like to share a breathing technique. You can do this as a breathing technique or as a meditation. So put your feet down. It's a classic. It's called alternate nostril breathing. There are 2 variations. I think last time we did the simple one. Now we're going to do the more advanced one. So you're going to take your right thumb, close your right nostril, and breathe in. Then you're going to take your middle finger, close the left nostril, and breathe out your right nostril. Then you breathe in your right nostril. Hold. Take the thumb on the right nostril and breathe out the left nostril. So it's a complete cycle. In left, out right, in right, out left. And this actually, and there have been studies, you can feel this, but if you don't feel it, just take my word for it. This balances your brain hemispheres. And the better your brain hemispheres are balanced, the better you're thinking. Because you balance between, well, roughly speaking, between rational and creative. And our brains is always leaning to one side. They say the rational is the male and the creative is the female. I don't like this gender type of thing, because we all have 2 brain sides, so we're all a little creative and a little rational. But the focus is, yes? What's the question? Why? Okay, the simple is because that's how it's been done for centuries. The more in-depth answer is that because you start on the left side, which is the moon side, the female side. I don't know, can you still say female? Is that racist? Anyway, so because we have a left side, a moon side, and the right side, a sun side. This is what Hatha is, moon and sun. And when sun and moon come together, stuff happens. Okay? You can do it the other way around. It's not, it's just this is, because you start, the left side, the moon side is relaxing, and the right side, the sun side, or the Chinese call it yin and yang, is active. So if you want to get into meditative state, you start on the left side, because by breathing in through your left nostril, you start to relax. Okay? Now, to confuse you, if you just want to relax, just breathe in and out through your left nostril. Like 2-3 minutes, maybe 5. If you want, like in the morning, you need some activation, you can breathe through your right nostril. Like maybe you have to go into a meeting and you have to win somebody, or you have to give a talk at an active and passive worker conference. No, I didn't do it. I did my yoga this morning. But no, it's practical, you know. You can feel this. You do it, and we're going to do it for a minute. You can feel the difference. I've done this alternate breathing technique with CEOs. 2 minutes, I mean, most of them are stressed up the whatever, but after 2 minutes, even they feel a difference. And the important thing is experience. Don't take my word for it. Just play with this. 3 minimum is the 3 minutes. Sorry, is the minimum. Pranayams usually develop the greatest power between 10 and 15 minutes. But if you do it for 15 minutes, take a few minutes after. Don't get up and rush to the bus, because after 50 minutes of this, you'll be relaxed. You can do this in the morning, you can do it during your lunch break, you can do it in the evening. Just play with it. And the good thing is, for breathing, you don't need an empty stomach. For most yoga exercises and meditation, a more or less empty stomach is recommended, which is just physical, because when you breathe and you move and you have your lunch, but anyway, but for breathing, just try this. You know, lift in. Yeah, perfect, thank you. No? Inhale through your left nostril. Exhale right. Inhale right. Exhale left. Okay. And if you're interested, I'm going to be in touch with the team, and we're going to have a full class on this, and also a full class on the conscious leadership. About 45 minutes, we'll let you know. Thank you. Salam.
Jai Sai Ram. My koti pranams to our beloved Swami, and loving salam to you all. I express my gratitude to Brother Phil. You have attended, fly over here to attend our conference. I'm very sorry that we have to cut your speech down for 20 minutes, but you have inspired us. Being an active worker, not a passive worker. And, you know, it's a personal sadhana is important. You have told us that, so we thank you so much for that. You have shared the tools to help us to balance our life, our health. And Swami has emphasized that, and we all know that too. But I think emphasis is more important, that we should do yoga and meditation. And breathing, especially, Nadi Sodhan, I think that's very important. And you told us that, so we're very grateful for that too as well. And knowing is not important, practicing is more important. And I'm sure you all agree with that. And in our workshop, I'm sure you know more about that too. So give us another round of applause to Phil. Thank you. Now, please enjoy the highlights of the video, which we have done events and all the activities in last year in 2023. Jai Sai Ram.
To our devotees, rewind 2023, 2023, 2023.
We have been greatly influenced by how Swami taught us what to do.
Now, once you're there, I would strongly suggest that you try and detach from the outside world. Not on Instagram, not on your mobile phones, not reading the Daily Mail in Prashanti on your phone.
So I've been waking up before 7 o'clock, and I've also been saying my morning prayer no matter what.
I'll always remember it as this wonderful experience when I was so close to Swami and his Samadhi.
And it was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I was excited.
From the pilgrimage, I've been making new friends and getting closer to Swami.
I've been listening to Vishnu Sahasranamam and Vedram every day.
During the COVID time, we were monthly on the various pressing subjects in the medical field.
I was running a dementia care services in Maidenhead in Berkshire in 2018, 2019.
Seems to be a test of the past now. Can you tell us how it's detected now and which groups, people's groups, should be screened regularly for the diagnosis?
He started his career as a junior doctor in psychiatry in Surrey and completed his higher training in London.
In the early hours of Monday, the 6th of February, a massive earthquake measuring a magnitude of 7.8 hit southern Turkey, close to the border with northern Syria, causing widespread devastation and loss of life. 9 hours later, a second 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck the region, followed by aftershocks. And 2 weeks later, the region was hit by a further 2 earthquakes on Monday, the 20th of February, adding to the carnage and devastation. Sadly, over 47,000 people have lost their lives, with many more injured in the aftermath of the earthquakes. The Sri Sathya Sai Global Council UK came together to provide warm clothing to be sent directly to Syria. This took place in conjunction with a charity the organisation has worked with before to ensure items reached those who needed them the most. Thanks to the UK devotees, their families, their friends, the Heart Valve Bank and the Sri Sathya Sai Global Council Foundation of USA for their kindness and generosity, which has resulted in the delivery of 13 pallets of clothing comprising a total of 27,373 items being delivered to the charity for onward shipment to Syria, where the items will be handed out to those in need. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba lovingly says, "Service has a double effect. It extinguishes the ego and gives bliss. The joy one gets whilst promoting another's joy is incomparable. Service is the first step along the spiritual path. If you lift the hand to serve, to help, to console, to encourage another man, you are lifting it for God is in every man." Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba lovingly says, "The bliss you derive from service is something you can never get through any other activity. The thrill that a kind word, a small gift, a good gesture, a sigh of sympathy, a a sign of compassion can bring about in a distressed heart is something that is beyond words to describe. Sathya Speaks, Volume 9, Chapter 22, October 14, 1969. We, your children in the UK, offer our heartfelt gratitude to you, Swami, for allowing us to participate in this service activity to try and help our brothers and sisters in Syria in their time of need. Thank you, Swami.
Water is intrinsically pure.
तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नागर, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम, परती के राजा शिरडी निवासा, तुम ही अयोध्या राम। इतना प्यार पाया है तुमसे, इस जीवन को राह मिली। तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नाग तुझसे ही जीवन तुम बिन लगे ना मन मोरा बावरा कन्हैया मन मोरा तुझसे ही जीवन तुम बिन लगे ना मन मोरा बावरा कन्हैया
So Swami, Swami, stand by me.
Hey, the most important value, love.
लौटा जो दिया तूने, लौटा जो दिया तूने,
दर्शन दे अब तो इस जीवन
how silently, the wondrous can't escape.
बांधे रखो मेरे राह
Without him, nothing was made that has been made.
पार पाया है तुमसे
God descends to earth. He selects his earthly parents.
तुम ही हो जग के पालनहारे इस युग के अवतार हो रामा इस युग के अवतार
Jai Sai Ram, everyone, and good morning still. Thank you so much to the media team who have lovingly constructed that highlight video. It gave us all a few minutes to reflect, but also I'm sure you'll all agree that seeing what Bhagwan has given us the opportunity to do in the last year recharges us more to do more in this coming year. So we just pray to Bhagwan for those opportunities. I would like to now welcome Dr. Shakti Shanmughathasan on stage. Brother Shakti hails from Mertensai Centre and is the National Vice President, and he's now going to share some organisational matters with us. Jai Sai Ram.
My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan, respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. I'm here to talk to you about two important areas. One in which we're trying to develop the Sai organisation and making it secure for the future. This is against the backdrop of increasing regulatory pressures. And the other where we're making plans to celebrate and commemorate Swami's 100th birthday, again, with all of your help. So let's start with the governance of the organisation. So before I put the next slide, just to give you a bit of an overview. So why do we need to do these things? In his discourse at the World Conference in November 1985, Swami gave 10 principles that should guide our lives. One of those principles that he mentioned at that conference was that we need to observe the country's laws and to be exemplary citizens. Never go against the law of the land. Follow the letter of the law. The members of the Sri Sathya Sai organisations should follow the law in spirit and also be models for government. As a spiritual organisation, we are subject to certain legal and regulatory obligations due to the activities that we undertake, such as Bal Vikas and some of the service activities. Although we are voluntary and an unincorporated organisation, we are not exempt from these requirements. We started this process a couple of years ago, and you may be familiar with the next slide. So we have achieved quite a few of the items on this slide, and I'm just going to give you a very brief overview on where we are currently. So firstly, the organisational manual. So this brings together all of the policies of the organisation. So the first version of the organisational manual was released to Centre and Group Presidents over 6 months ago. And this is a live document, and we've had some feedback already, and based on feedback from centres and groups, we will update and send out revised versions in time to come. One of the other areas where we've been working on a regular basis is the affiliation to the organisation and the centre affiliation certificates. The current ones were sent out last year and are valid for 2 years and will be up for renewal in January 2025. One of the other areas that we've done a fair bit of work in the last few years is to standardise the process for public liability insurance. This is now done on a national level, and all centres and groups are asked to participate in this. It is a mandatory part of being a SAI centre in the organisation. And this is updated in June or July every year. Another area where specifically the Bal Vikas wing have put in a lot of effort is in child safeguarding, and you'll hear more about this from Brother Ronnie and Sister Varsky in a few minutes. The DBS process, I'm sure you've all come across it in the last year or so, and hopefully all the devotees and office bearers and active members in the hall here have already been signed up. So the new process has been up and running for over a year now, and there was a further upgrade last year where the verification of the documents could also be automated by uploading the relevant, passport or driving license documents. So as of now, we have had over 500 devotees register for the DBS and are certified through the update process. So what that means is that we do not need to do this process again. So it's a one-shop stop. So devotees will no longer need to go through the process every few years of going to your centre and having to review all your documents, because we have all of that online now. Another area where we are doing some work, and you'll hear a bit more about this from Brother Amit in a few minutes, is the upgrade of the website. So this has now been or in the process of being fully upgraded, and we have a strengthened media content team. We also provide content to the Global Council website. So again, I implore all the office bearers and active workers here, if you do activities at your centres, please do send through some photographs and a short snippet of information so that we can share what we're doing with our brothers and sisters across the world. So to do all of these activities, we do need support. So if you have any expertise in any of these areas and wish to help the organisation, not just in the planning and implementation, but even in the admin areas, please do contact either myself or any of the UK Council members. What all of this process has shown us is that the progress we've made in achieving these goals in the government's framework have only highlighted the fact that we need to do more. We are an unincorporated organisation, and as such, there are some legal pressures on us. And the organisation and the council in particular are doing various activities to try and mitigate any risks to the organisation. So we'll share any information we have as soon as we can on this. So now on to the Centenary celebrations. So as Prathabha alluded to earlier, we have a 2-year centenary plan. The theme and logo for the next 2 years have been announced. The logo was designed by one of our youth. Last year, we set up 2 committees to provide expertise and support. Both made up of senior elders in the organisation, one to provide ideas and guidance, and one to be a bit more hands-on with the implementation of those ideas. And both of those committees are working with the UK Council to generate ideas. But we also need all of your help. If you have any ideas or thoughts of what we can do for national projects or regional or centre projects, please do get in touch. The first project that was announced at last year's National Birthday celebrations was the 1008 House Bhajans. You'll hear more about other initiatives that have been launched or yet to be launched in the next few minutes from the National Wing Coordinators. But please do let us know if you have any thoughts or ideas on what we can do to commemorate Swami's 100th year. And finally, a few other activities that are planned that are related to the centenary. So we are planning a national retreat this year at the end of August or early September. It'll be one overnight. And as many of you know, we've had retreats in the past, but not for the last couple of years. So that's something to look forward to. And as soon as the date and the venue is finalised, we'll share that with you. Something that everyone's asked us about since August was when is our next national pilgrimage. We are very hopeful to do a pilgrimage next year. We have already asked Parthi for the dates and we're waiting to hear back from them. So please do keep next summer free, July, August time, hopefully. The dates will be determined by Parthi. And obviously, every country that has Sai centres would want to go to Parthi next year. So they're going to have a challenge in fitting us all in. But the aim is to go during school holidays for the children next summer. So please do bear that in mind. And finally, we are planning a large-scale national event to be held in the UK next year to commemorate the 100th year of Swami's Advent. So again, more information on that as we finalise the plans. So with that, just wanted to say thank you for listening and Jai Sai Ram. I'm now going to ask Brother Sathya, our National Spiritual Coordinator, to come up and say a few words on the spiritual activities.
A loving pranams to the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Saram, everyone. I don't know how to operate this. Sorry. I'm not part of the media team, sorry. But yeah, this is our updated team's sheet. Brother Raghu and Jaimini from Region 1. These are regional spiritual coordinators, Brother Raghu and Jaimini from Region 1, Brother Nagasai from Region 2, Sister Amanta and Sister Bharti from Region 3, Sister Jaina from Region 4, Brothers Vinesh and Santosh from Region 5, Brother Mani Gurung, who has recently taken over as Region 6 Spiritual Coordinator. We are yet to find the spiritual coordinators for Regions 7 and 8. Brother Anand is helping us on the National Veda project and Study Circle project. Thank you. So over to the next slide, which is overview of 2023. As you might have heard a few from Brother Shakti, 2023 was more focused on pilgrimage, but in general, there has been a lot of opportunities to offer Veda, Bhajans and musical items during the national pilgrimage in Prashantanilayam and also at various national and regional events. One of the key events of the year from the spiritual point of view is the National Sai Smaran Bhajans. Last year was well attended with over 250 people. We had around 90 bhajans and 90 plus singers that we had. For the Birmingham Rudra Homam, we had around 60 Veda chanters who chanted Veda during Rudra Homam, which was attended by over 400 devotees. We had a bhajan workshop conducted at Tunbridge Wells in Region 6. Global Akhanda Bhajan 2023, which it's a Global Akhanda Bhajan, but we had an opportunity to submit some of our recordings to Radio Sai Media Center, which streamed online bhajans for 24 hours. We had the opportunity from the UK to send some recordings to them. And in 2023, we also started a Bhajan a Week series where we have started streaming bhajans every week. Hopefully, I think most of you have subscribed, and we recently published one yesterday as well, or 2 days ago. So request, if someone has not subscribed, please subscribe. So we will receive those notifications if you have subscribed to receive those information about Bhajan Week series. The plans for 2024, I've just split it into 3 parts: Veda, Study Circle and Bhajans. With regards to Veda chanting, there has been growing interest about having a Veda program. So we are having devised some plans, and we have advanced some plans for the National Veda Project, and a curriculum is being planned. We have identified some regional Veda teachers. The course structuring and scheduling is in progress. I'm hopeful that we should have information sent to the regional coordinators in a couple of weeks. The primary objective is, again, with prayers and hope, that we would like to increase participation further for the prayers of peace that's to be held in Birmingham, but also with Brother Shakti mentioning about the pilgrimage next year. Hopefully, again, Swami willing, we will have more chanters this time in Prashantanilayam chanting Veda at Sai Kulwant Hall. With regards to study circle, so there has been, we have not had many instances of study circle last year, again, primarily focusing on the pilgrimage last year. But plan for 2024 is to have a study circle started again, or focused again. We have identified the material basically from the Central Leaders Conference from last year. They have specifically designed the study circle topics, and some of the topics that we have, or the topics that they have highlighted, I've heard that many centers or regions have their own topics, but we'd like to request that we follow the curriculum that's been planned and devised at CLC last year. I'd like to just list the topics that would be coming through shortly. The study circle topics are Dharmic Challenges, Trikarana Suddhi, Purity, Patience, Perseverance, I to We to He, Daiva Preeti, Papa Bhiti and Sanganiti. Why did Swami gift us the Sai organization? A Sai administrator, practical lessons from Bhagwan, practice and inspire, sealing on desires, self-transformation through love. So there are 9 topics that we will schedule and then have the information shared shortly. about Bhajans, Vision for 2024. As Brother Shakti mentioned, we have started the 1008 house community Bhajans. So it's started well, going reasonably well, I would say. But we could still do a lot more. It's an easy target to achieve, we feel. But let's try to put our heart and soul into it. There are plans for Bhajan workshop in Region 5 and Region 3, and also specific Bhajan workshop for Bal Vikas children. There is a plan for Sai Smaran to be held on the 14th of September 2024. Venue is to be confirmed. We are recording some fresh bhajans for Bhajan a Week. We are, for some of the singers and musicians who are unable to attend in person, there are some online recordings happening, but we have a session planned, frequently. One is happening by the end of this month, where we have asked some of the singers and musicians to come together, so we record, and then that would be drip feeded every week in the Bhajan a Week series. And we are working in improving our collaboration with Media Center Prashanthi Nilayam. Compared to last year, there is an increased communication or collaboration with the Media Center. One is on the Bhajan a Day series. What we have is Bhajan a Week series, but there is, for long, Media Center has been publishing, or through their channels, Bhajan a Day series. So there is again a potential opportunity for all the singers and musicians from the UK to take part in that Bhajan a Day series. And also there is an opportunity to produce and present our own original song from the UK, a song from the UK, not Bhajans. So writing the lyrics, composing the music, using our own singers and musicians, and then sending it to Media Center for them to publish. So this will be published from the Media Center. So such collaborations are happening. Hopefully with Swami's blessing, this will all happen in 2024. Jai Sai Ram. I now request the Bal Vikas coordinators to come and present there. Sai Ram.
The presentation for the Bal Vikas wing. Are you doing this slide? Yeah.
Saira Hall, the team for Bal Vikas this year, Region 1, Sister Dina, the National Joint Coordinators, Brother Ronnie and myself, I'm sure you already know. So Region 1 is Sister Dina, Region 2, Sister Lakshmi Kamala and Sister Rajani. Region 3, Sister Trikesh. Region 4, Sisters Niyanta and Meera. Region 5, Sisters Harsha Palmer and Gayatri Nadella. Region 6, Sister Madhuri. Region 7, Brother Paresh. Region 8, Sister Rupa Joshi. Just an overview of 2023 National Pilgrimage Offering. Now everyone is talking about next year's offering. So it's Swami's 100th birthday. At least 100 children should participate. Please pass the message, not less than 100, please. So last year, the theme was Journey to Sai, and the title for the play was Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. Altogether, 52 children had the opportunity to offer a play in his lotus feet in Prashanthi. National Ishwarama Day, again the theme was Journey to Sai. Altogether, we had 105 children submitted posters and poems, 60 poems and 58 posters. It was hosted by Region 2, and altogether 150 children participated in the celebration. National exams, we had 50 children took the exam, and projects 1 and 2, altogether 90 children submitted the projects for last year. Safeguarding policy, we have been working very hard, especially Brother Ronnie, it's his baby. So we have updated the system, the documents and everything, so he will be talking about it. And the participation in national events, birthday and Christmas birthday was celebrated in Region 5. Again, the children had the wonderful opportunity to participate in the play and the songs and things like that. Christmas was celebrated, birthday was hosted by Region 5. So children from Region 5 and 4 had the opportunity to participate. Sometimes they don't travel from all the way from there, so it was a good chance for them to show their talents. Christmas was celebrated in Region 1, hosted by Region 1. Altogether, 78 children participated in the celebration. And Region 6, 7, and 1 performed their plays, songs. It was lovely to see so many children. Now I'll give it to Brother Ronnie to tell the overview of the 2024.
Okay, thank you, Sister. Really, if we are to summarize it, there's a huge focus this year on training. Just having a look at basically getting feedback from our regional coordinators, who in turn get feedback obviously from yourselves, from the centres. We've identified various needs where training needed to be developed. One of those is Group 4. Group 4 is a very, very important time because you've got the traditional, if you like, Bal Vikas syllabus actually runs until Group 3. And in the way it runs in India, you have then pre-Sevadal before you become an adult, a young adult, age 18. In the UK, we've got this gap, and so the way we bridge it is we're having a Group 4. But Group 4 isn't run the way that regular Bal Vikas is, because there isn't a syllabus, etc. It's all based on actually Sharma Sawar's 1990. And so we need to build on that. We recognize that there's a training need, because there are some facilitators or would-be centers, Bal Vikas gurus who are perhaps not confident with that material. And in particular, how we cater that to the needs of that very important age group. So we're going to be focusing on that this year. Another area which is where we've been asked for guidance is where we have, and this is increasingly common, where we have children who have special educational needs. There is no one-size-fits-all to this solution, to this situation, right? Every child is different. Every child is unique. But we plan to run a session with some specialists to provide our gurus with some guidance in this area. Another area where we've identified a need, we have regular foundation courses, and indeed we had foundation training that was run very successfully, hosted by Region 1 in Region 1 and 6 jointly. What was it, last week, wasn't it? And we've got another one tomorrow week, hosted by Mill Hill for Regions 2 and 3. So foundation training is running very well. What happens after foundation? That's where there is a bit of a gap. And so we're going to be working with the regions to develop some material over the course of this year to help, if you like, supplement that training for, if you like, not quite so new gurus. So gurus who have been in the job, if you like, for a year or two, building on that knowledge. And of course, we've got various other training sessions to be planned for this year. One other item, though, on the other items, Sister Vaski alluded to it, and Brother Shakti as well earlier. We have a safeguarding briefing for all designated safeguarding leads. That's going to be on Saturday, the 24th of February at 1:30 p.m. Who is a designated safeguarding lead? This is where I'm going to take off my Bal Vikas hat for a moment, because child safeguarding is not the responsibility of the Bal Vikas wing. It is a responsibility of every one of us, all of you. If you are a centre president, it doesn't matter if you run Bal Vikas in your centre or not. If you are a centre president, you need to attend this briefing, please. If you are a Bal Vikas coordinator, you should have already registered for this briefing. This is mandatory, because we've had the policy in place now for 5 years. It has been updated, as Sister mentioned. It underwent an external review by the NSPCC, so it's been done to a high standard. We believe we are fully compliant in terms of our policies and our guidelines. But we recognize that if you are a designated safeguarding lead, A, you might not even know that you are, which of course is an issue in itself. But B, even if you do you know what your responsibilities are? And I think, hand on heart, if you had to be honest, you'd probably say you didn't. So you need to attend this. Saturday, the 24th of February, 1:30 p.m. It has been publicised in Love and Light. It will be publicised in this Thursday's Love and Light. Please do register. Please do attend. And if you do have any more questions, please let us know afterwards. Very happy to explain. And we've got a few other events happening the rest of this year. The main one is National Lishwama Day. We have the venue, we have the date. It's confirmed for the Grange Academy in Bushey for Saturday, the 4th of May. Look forward to seeing you all there. So, I now invite our young adult coordinators, please, to take the stage. Jai Sai Ram.
We offer our humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Jai Sai Ram, everybody. So for those of you who don't know, Brother Gupal and I are the Joint National Young Adults Coordinators. For those of you who do know us, I promise that Brother Gupal will keep his part short, and I promise that I will not make you stand up and sit down 12 times. So, Swami has not explicitly mentioned a young adults wing, but he has placed a lot of emphasis on this generation because they are the future of this organisation, the torchbearers, if you will. Therefore, whilst we create this space for young adults to delve into their spirituality, to explore their faith, it's important that we integrate into the rest of the organisation. And it's so great to see that 60, or around the 60 that have registered for today, over a third are coordinators in all the other wings as well. So part of our team are these shiny new faces, some not so new, but they are continuing to support us and it's great to see. We don't have a position for Region 8 at the moment. So if you're watching on the live stream and you're in Region 8, please do reach out to us because it would be great to fill that position. I'll pass on to Gupal.
Thanks, Triv. Salam everyone. Good morning to you all. Like Draveni alluded to, 60, or say a quarter of the attendees today are youth, a third of which are well integrated in the respective wings. And that's been demonstrated over the past year or so, as you can see from the various activities. So youth have been engaged not only in youth-specific events, but events which are catered to Bal Vikas, the spiritual wing, be it Bhajans, Vedam, study circles, and more importantly, service. So I think that really bodes well for the future. The youth are our future, it's their organisation, and I think as we are already doing, more and more can be done to encourage them to, to participate more and to have that general expansion within our organisation.
So I'll go on to our vision for 2024. We want to continue to evolve, and by this I mean adapt to the new generation's challenges, continue to build on the foundations that we've already set, the relationships that we've made in this past year, and make sure that we are connecting to every single person. So to do this, we aren't just going to have events for the sake of it, but we need to make sure that every opportunity that we have to get together, it's because we are spiritually bonding. And so that brings us on to our Centenary plan for 2025, which we'll start this year, which is Sai and Darshana. And this is our offering to Swami for his 100th birthday, which will be a way for youth to connect and at the same time delve into Sai literature. So we're going to be exploring the timeless teachings of the Sri Sathya Sai Vahini series. This will be to illuminate Swami's teachings, make them vibrant, accessible, and transform quite a philosophically abstract concept into something that's more tangible for youth. It's going to be an opportunity for us to cultivate a sense of unity and solidify friendships across the whole country. We're going to be expanding the organising committee, so later when we have our YA breakout session, please do express interest in this.
So the next 4 points that I'll be touching upon are as follows. So as you can see in the presentation, sharing in satsang. So what does this mean? One of the major initiatives that we've brought about as a result of the youth wing is something called A Moment with Sai. So this is an initiative which is pretty much led by the youth wing in conjunction with our media team and the spiritual wing. And the idea is essentially to bring forth all those experiences that are there within the UK from across the entire, I say UK fraternity, but from north to south, east to west, the devotees that have, you know, so many experiences of Swami, be it in the divine physical presence or post Mahasamadhi. Why? Because essentially it's there. From those experiences will help inspire fellow devotees, which will lead to self-transformation. And this essentially forms the very basis of what we can term a Sai Bhagavatam for ourselves. It's, if you were to think of the traditional Bhagavatam, it's a collection of experiences of devotees who have been devotees of the Lord. And these experiences of our own Sai devotees will essentially form that very basis. But it's not just there in terms of where youth will be involved in. The next block on the slide is bond. So all of this which Dhreni and myself, or rather Dhreni has alluded to and what I've touched upon recently, leads up to something very big which is happening this year in Prashanthi Nilayam, the Global Young Adults Conference, which is taking place between the 12th and the 14th of July. The last time we had a youth conference of that proportion, we're expecting 2,000 to 3,000 youth to attend from across the globe, was back in 2016, so that's a period of 8 years. So essentially it's a transformative gathering of youth. The theme of the conference is reconnect, recharge, and rejoice in Sai love via the mediums of service to humanity, adoration of the divine, and illumination of the self, so covering all three wings of service, devotion, and spiritual. This conference will serve as a guiding light for all the participants, for them to essentially rediscover their own spiritual roots. And in what better place can it be than Prashanthi Nilayam? So the idea in the long run is for this, and this takes me on to the 6th block in terms of solidifying sadhana. So you can see a sort of a common theme, a common link here. By youth attending this conference, the aspirations, the hope are that the youth become inspired so that they go back to their respective centers across the globe at a grassroots level and take on roles and essentially take leadership roles when it comes to the centenary celebrations. So to inspire the youth to perform and serve at various platforms across the organization and essentially revitalizing their own inner energies from the source that is Prashanthi Nilayam.
Yeah, we want to make sure that whatever those youth that go on the pilgrimage, and even those who don't and continue to do their sadhana here, support their centres, because ultimately the idea is to grow this organisation, to grow our faith, to grow our spirituality, and to transform. We want to make sure that every person who walks through our doors, through our centres, has the opportunity to do that. We'll finish off.
Finish us with a quote from Swami. The youth of today are the future leaders of the nation and the architects of the new society. The future of the nation depends on its youth. Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Jai Sar.
Sir.
Jai Saram, everyone. My name's Amit, and I'm the National Media Coordinator. Thank you. One of the advantages of being the National Media Coordinator is, while you provide all the wings 7 or 8 minutes to do their presentation, we've afforded ourselves 45 minutes. So settle down for the best part of your day. Everyone's looking quite tired at the moment, and there's been a lot of talk, so I think we're going to just do a little bit of getting you a bit involved. So what I'd like to say is, if you're part of the service team, can I ask you to stand up? So if you're a service coordinator or part of the service team, or if you've ever been tree planting, stand up. Okay, so there's a few, almost a quarter I would say. Okay, sit down. If you've ever sang a bhajan in your centre or in your region or even at home, then stand up. Oh, so now we're doing almost 80%. Okay, let's sit down again. So the service team are bigger than, I would say, the team before. If you've ever taught in Bal Vikas, then stand up. Oh, fantastic. There is some crossover I can see, so some Bal Vikas gurus are singing bhajans. Okay, sit down. If you've ever been on the internet or heard of the internet, then stand up. This is a media team. Have a sit down, thank you. So, what are our aims? I'm sure you'll all agree that actually, as time goes on, and as Swami's physical form is no longer with us, the importance of the media is massive. There are so many young adults as well as normal adults who come in contact with Swami for the first time sometimes, or maybe the second time or the 1,000th time, through the media, whether it's on a WhatsApp message or a YouTube page or an Instagram page. And we're increasingly finding that people come to events because they've seen a post online. And that's the power of media. We have our aims for next year, and the aims are the same as last year, and that's to share Bhagwan's grace through media. The other way that the media team is very different to the other wings is, if you look at Jayesh Bhai, he will go tree planting and he'll help with service. And if you look at Brother Ronnie and Sister Vaski, they've both taught in SSE. As a media coordinator, I have no idea what these guys do. And that's because of this fantastic team. I haven't put their faces because there's too many of them to add to one slide. But we have regional coordinators, and we have other coordinators which help with special projects. And as Brother Shakti mentioned, we're also looking at the website. So there's a content team as well, who are looking at new content on the new website, which hopefully will come up in the next few weeks. The team is amazing. And I'm not just saying that because half of them are sat here. So this will blow your mind. It blew my mind, actually. So you can see that we help with national events, we help with regional events and centre events as well. But did you know that on YouTube, over 2 million views of our videos have taken place since it started? In December alone, there were over 100,000 views, individual views, so some people don't stay and watch the whole video, but 100,000 views on our national webpage, our national YouTube page. And over the lifetime, over 340,000 views. And these are people coming in contact with Swami from all over the world. On the YouTube page, as you've heard already, there are some videos like A Moment with Sai or a Bhajan a week, or, there are lots of different talks that we've taken from different programs which are put on YouTube, and that's how we've managed to attract so many followers. But on social media, we're finding increasingly lots of people are coming in contact with the organization through social media, with over 2,000 subscribers just to Instagram alone. And some centers, where they might not even have a very good website, they have over 400 or 500 people on Facebook who are linked to the center Facebook page. It would be wrong for me to say that the media team do everything, because there are also lots of other people like the Love and Light team who every month tirelessly put out the magazine. And as you know, with our own website, there is an international global council website, and every month we update some of the articles from our Love and Light to that website. So when you think you're doing a homeless service somewhere in your centre, actually it's put on the international global website for everyone to see. And next year, there are a few other things that we want to do. You've heard about A Moment with Sai and a Bhajan a week. We're also looking to promote our new website, which will be coming in the next few weeks, which will be a lot more fresh. And there'll be lots of other accessibility options with it as well. There's a weekly Instagram quiz, which lots of people take part in. I normally only get about 50%. And we're trying to, over the next year, standardize all the centers and regional website pages and YouTube pages, and try and also support them. One thing that will come out in the next few weeks, hopefully, is to standardize the email address for centers and for regional wing coordinators. So then you would have brixton@srisatyasai.org.uk. But that's only from Brixton Centre. You won't get that in Leicester. So as I mentioned, the website is coming. We were hoping to show it to you today, but there's just a few things that we need to get ready before we do show it to everyone else. And you may have seen around the hall that we have a QR code where you can join our social media. So you've all got the internet because you all stood up at that point. If you can just scan your phones before you leave and just have a look at social media, then you'll be able to join us and see what the organization is doing. With that, I'd like to thank you all and introduce Jayesh Bhai. Saram.
Salam everyone. I offer my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhajan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear delegates, Jai Sai Ram. Amit Bhai was wrong. All of you in your wings provide a service of some sort or the other. So which is the biggest wing? I'd like to present to you this year's National Service team. Please do touch base with them. Please know your coordinators. These guys work tremendously hard. Did you know that every 2 weeks I forced them to join a call in an evening? Every 2 weeks. There is a lot of work that goes behind there, so I acknowledge the time they give up and I thank them. In Region 1, and Region 5, we hope to inspire someone to take on the post this year. Region 2, Brother Saijal. Region 3, Brother Niranjan. Region 4, Sister Bhavna. Region 6, Sister Deepa. Region 7, Sister Naina. Region 8, Brother Ami. I also have the support of 2 National Deputy Service Coordinators, Arun Bhai and Santosh Bhai. Without them, work becomes very hard. So I acknowledge and thank them for their input. The National Healthcare Team also comes under the service wing. And I again thank them for all the input, all the projects that they've been involved in, and the webinars that they've put forward. Please know your regional coordinators in terms of the healthcare team. Because if we have any service projects associated with that, these are the people to reach out to. A brief overview of 2023. You've already seen some on videos. People have mentioned figures in that. But in a brief summary, 7 tons of provisions to food banks, 7,500 meals, over 100 hampers, essential items like sleeping bags, blankets, scarves. Over 2,300 items were donated to the Passage homeless charity. Entertaining the elderly, very, very important. We want to see if we can progress that a bit more this year. Easter eggs and toys for children. In wire care, litter picking, recycling of VHS tapes, tree planting. So I mentioned the healthcare team. They put forward these webinars. How many of you know that there's a webinar happening next Tuesday? Have you got information on it? If not, Centre Presidents, please do send this out. Blood donation. I think I mentioned this last year as well. 13 units of blood will save 39 lives apparently, 3 times the lives. Provide mental health for staff at a homeless shelter, dental treatment at the same shelter. We already heard about this at the overseas projects. Over 27,000 items of new clothing were provided to Syria. Following on from that, to get the children of Syria back to education, learning, back to schools, 768 stationery packs were provided, comprising 33,000 items. We hope this will benefit them in some way. Gift boxes were sent to Moldova, and provisions were also sent. Blankets to Nepal. Obviously, you've heard a lot about the pilgrimage. The outpouring of love from the devotees from the UK resulted in approximately £50,000. £39,000 were sent to Aarti. The rest was used for service projects whilst we were there. 448 families were provided with provisions to last them a month, including a sari and dhoti. This bag of provisions cost £12, half the price of a pizza. It'll last them a month. Over 450 children received stationery packs. 265 mango trees were planted, including the 15 used by our Bal Vikas children as part of their offering to Swami. Breakfast was served to over 200 people outside the hospital. Baby packs and PPE taken by our devotees to Prashanti were handed out to the hospital and villages. So our vision is to offer a variety of services and for devotees to participate in whatever ones their heart desires. Sometimes people say to me, too many activities. Remember, you don't have to participate in every activity. Whatever your heart feels you want to participate in, please do so. All we do is give you the chance to participate. This year, we do want to focus a little bit more on food banks, homeless service. I believe we are still looking at Grama Seva following the youth festival in Prashanti. A bit more in Varke later on, tree planting. Medicare. Let's see if we can get together and try and donate more blood this year. There's also bone marrow and stem cell initiatives. Health awareness sessions are taking place online. We want to see if we can start getting them in person as well. Mental health support. After the last few years, I think there is a lot of demand for that. We've got a group of people, hopefully, let's see how we can support that a bit more. I'm not sure if the mobile camp in Puttaparthi is going to happen, Sister Earl.
We are planning to have one in July, but nothing is finalized.
Okay, so thank you. For the Centenary events that was mentioned earlier, so the couple of projects that we would like to offer, how about offering 100 heart valves to the hospital, the specialty hospital? We have done heart valve projects before, but this year and next year, wouldn't it be wonderful if we can offer 100 heart valves? Remember, a heart valve doesn't only save the person's life. In a lot of cases in India and wherever these people come from, it benefits the whole family because the person might be their only breadwinner. We are looking at supporting an orphanage in Nepal, some sort of water projects in Sri Lanka. All of this, we need to work with the Global Council. Swami provides us with the opportunities to serve. It is up to us to do our duty and take up these opportunities. I'm now going to leave you on the last slide. And who hasn't heard of Prematharu, tree planting? You haven't heard, brother? It's the initiative to adorn Mother Earth with 10 million trees by the Centenary. We in the UK have pledged to plant more than 10,000 trees. I'm pleased to say that to date, we've planted more than 4,000, and every region is participating in that. Next Saturday, before you ask, it's completely full. We can't take any more volunteers. History may be made because we are creating a Sai forest. Let's see what Swami has to bring, but please, the message is planting seasons are very short. Yeah, it's not throughout the year. Whenever there's a chance and an opportunity, please see if you can do it. I get lots of things like, oh, but it's a weekday. But it's a weekday. Remember, it's not in our hands. We work with other organizations. They have set plans. Think about it this way. If someone was getting married and they had a wedding on a weekday, what would you do? Food for thought. Thank you very much. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram. For the prema of our Mother Earth and seeing the importance of this task from right across the country, many centres have now engaged in tree planting activities. On the 23rd and 24th of January, devotees from across regions 1, 2, 3 and 4 came together, sacrificing their time, energy and work to respond to climate change, to respond to Swami's call to do his work and be part of his mission. Even in the drizzles of the rain and cold, they enjoyed doing this wonderful seva for a wonderful cause as a precursor to creating Sai history in creating our own Sri Sathya Sai forest on the 10th of February. Swami said, because there is deforestation to an alarming extent, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has considerably increased. Therefore, the remedy for this situation is intensive afforestation, growing trees everywhere and protecting the existing ones, without destroying them for other purposes. We offer these trees at the lotus feet of our beloved Swami. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to deliver back to the environment your garden. May we take every opportunity to deliver, planting the seeds of love. Let's all continue to build contacts and relationships with our local councils and wildlife trusts to create more opportunities and to create many more Sri Sathya Sai forests. Let's make much more history. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sairam. We were really fortunate to hear all the different wings, and I think we all appreciate how much work goes behind the scenes, because I think most people just take it for granted things happen. They don't happen accidentally. There's a lot of work involved in it. So I think a big round of for all the wings. And as I was just sitting there listening, the one thing that came across is if we were to ignore the media team and the young adults, because they're quite young, all the other members, Swami must, and I look on this as very simple. Swami must prefer the service wing because Jayeshpa is the only one with hair on him. All right. So anyway, we are now coming to the last program of the morning. So it's just important now how we arrange this. Center and group presidents to stay in the first half of the hall. Young adults at the rear half of the hall. And everybody else to go one floor down because we are going to be having the half-hour interactive quiz. They will put you into groups downstairs, but they are not the same groups as what you've got here. That is for the afternoon. So don't get this groups confused. All I need, center and group presidents in the front half, young adults the back half, everybody else for half an hour downstairs, one floor down, where we were going to be having our lunch for the half-hour interactive quiz. Well, after that, lunch is for 1 hour and 10 minutes, so from 1 till 10 past 2, and then everybody else to come up here at 10 past 2. Jai Sai Ram.
Mangala जटाधर गौरी शङ्कर गिरिजावन रमणा
Sairam all, good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed the lovely lunch and the lovely bhajans. How was lunch? Great, yeah. So you're all got the energy now to go into your workshops. So we are going to have 4 workshops. These are highly interactive and very useful for you to share your ideas and take forward best practice. So this time we are all going to discuss the same topics and we are not going to have wing-based discussions. So if you find on your name label, you will have a color. So if you could find your color workshops in 4 corners of the room. If you have lost your labels, don't worry, the facilitators should have a list and then you'll be, you can sort of find your workshops. So after that, after the workshops, if you could please help us bring the chairs back because we'll be having feedback from the facilitators on stage. So enjoy your session. Sairam.
hope you all enjoyed the workshop after very nice lunch. I thoroughly enjoyed it. How about you all? Yes. I can see nice, happy faces now. I hope everybody, I didn't have to ask anybody. I was asked to request everybody to bring that chair along, but the work has been done. So now my job is to welcome Sister Gauri and Sister Lakshi to summarize the workshop. Please, thank you.
Sairam, everyone. Firstly, thank you to everyone who took part in the discussions we just had now. Me and Sister Gauri were fortunate enough to go around and listen to what you all had to say, so thank you. So if we just lead with the first question, which we can lay out here. So as you can see, the first question was, we recognize that there are challenges in some of the centres/regions, such as a decreasing number of devotees attending centres post-COVID. So how can we address this lack of participation in activities? So just starting off, I think a general consensus, like amongst the groups, the general idea was that we give more of the congregation more opportunities, and that can be however big, however small, doesn't have to be regular, but just finding out, making more of an effort to find out everyone's interests. A lot of the emphasis is now placed on Bhajans, but I think one point that was clearly said is that people want to branch out, doing server activities, or it can be small jobs. I heard one person saying, because of the elderly now, not many, can use their phone or download apps, use WhatsApp to find out what's going on. So even youth turning up at elderly people's houses and helping them download WhatsApp, teaching them how to use apps, I think was quite, it was quite nice to hear that. So giving opportunities and making sure that more people are involved. And I think from the SSC side as well, we see parents nowadays, they just come and drop the children and then they go and, do their own commitments. But I think in order to increase participation, they need to lead by example for their children. So I think a good thing, centre to centre, would be, creating activities such as parent-teacher meetings, having study circles, so the parents also feel that they're learning something and they're able to go to their house and, teach their children. So the children aren't just coming for that 1 hour every Sunday, they're also learning it at home as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we just thought for the first question, the 3 ABCs. One is being attentive to people's needs. Are we, like before COVID, the people who came and are not coming that much, can we reach out to them and say, can we be of any help? How can we get them back to the center? Second is a sense of belongingness. People should belong not just to our individual centers, but to the region and to the national. And C is lots of them. Change of character, contribution, and commitment. Thank you. Yeah. Next question.
So the second question. So are we collaborating, i.e. by sharing information, resources, help? Are we collaborating well enough within our respective centres and regions?
I think one of the points that people raised is, I think we do have a national database, but can we sort of work on it a little more to add, who has what strengths? Can people, use people from other centers for the regional work, for the national work as well? So cross usage of people's skill sets. That was one that people said. And if we could have more meetings and learn from each other, what is working right for the center, what is not, and how can we change? So more sharing of thoughts there.
Yeah, I think that was the main point, because there are many centres since COVID who have struggled to bring their centre up again because of various difficulties. So I think if you think your centre is going well, individually, respectively, I think going across to other centres, so that also, causes a unity between centres as well. And again, if reaching out to your devotees, I think the committee members within each centre should, it was a point that was made was that they should make themselves known to the general congregation who attend the centres and find out their interests so they feel engaged, and then they can be given roles or responsibilities which help them feel engaged in the work carried out by the centres.
And just to add, I think one of the groups had, I think it's a sensitive topic, but can we be a little more transparent about funds? I think we can work on that together, but that was a point raised. Yeah. The third one.
The last question. So why is it important that office bearers of the Sri Sathya Sai organisation should not have any affiliations, i.e. having a role within other spiritual and religious organisations?
So we did share a few quotes where Swami has said, it's not about you can't go to the temple or the Gurudwara or to the church. If you have a position in the Sathya Sai organisation, we would not expect you to go and have a role elsewhere, and the reason being because you need to be committed. We need to have quality over quantity, and you need to be committed. And Sathya Sai organization provides you everything. As we heard this morning, there's meditation, there's yoga, there's spiritual practices, you name it, and Sathya Sai organization provides you. So I don't think there's any necessity for anybody who has a role in Sathya Sai organization to be a part of or play a role elsewhere. Yeah.
I think while saying that as well, obviously not everyone wants to take on a role within an organisation. So I think it's important that, if you don't wish to take on a role, of course you're more than welcome. I heard many people asking, if we're going and helping serving food at a Radhe Krishna temple, for example, that's doing good service, that's helping others. Okay. So I think, of course, from a server point of view, that's a server affiliation. But I think if we have a role within one organisation, Swami's message has always been that by duty and responsibility, 100% focus should be there. But should you not have a role, of course, you're more than welcome to go and assist with server activities outside the organisation. And that's your personal choice, obviously, as well.
And the last thing is I would ask everyone, to go and get a book for yourself. It's basically Swami's guidelines to active workers of Sri Sathya Sai organization. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Swami, lastminute.com again. I'm back. Slight change to the program. A piece of feedback that emerged from some of those workshops is that, and I nearly choked on my cornflakes when I heard this, there's some people here who haven't even heard of Love and Light. I know, I know. There are people here who are regional office bearers who haven't even heard of Love and Light. So, how many people here, be honest, are not registered to receive Love and Light? Hands up. Be honest. And what I mean is that you are not receiving Love and Light directly. Instead, somebody's forwarding it to you or whatever it is. Right? Right. Do you have a smartphone? Please take out your smartphones now. I don't know if there's you can screenshot this or something. Take your smartphones out and please go on to the national website. And do you all know please tell me you know what the national website is? We're learning a lot, aren't we, today? Right? www.srisatyasai.org.uk. Right? Please tell me when you've done it. Yes? Okay. Slowly typing away now. People are doing it. You're not allowed to put your phones away until you do this. Couldn't believe it. And seriously, whilst they're doing that, centre presidents or regional presidents, please make sure your members are subscribed, because this is an important communication that goes out every month. Lots and lots of information is there. We get lots of reports from around the country. For me and others on the team who are putting this together, it's a wonderful read. We can see all sorts of things that's happening around the country. Not only that, it helps us. I mean, we're looking here at our zonal team here, Brother Phil and others. They receive these reports. They get fed up to the Global Council in India. Without Love and Light, we would not have this information. Indeed, before we had Love and Light, Aarti used to say to us that the UK was doing nothing. Seriously, they thought that the UK was doing nothing. But we were doing things. But if it's not written down, it didn't happen, says the former auditor. Right? So, you must write down, you must send your information. So go to the website. Are you all on the website now? www.srisatyasai.org.uk. All you need to do, scroll to the bottom. Oh, there you are. See? You scroll to the bottom, and I think, is that the new version of the website? Right. On the old version, which is probably the version you'll see now, it says subscribe. You just fill out your name and your password, email. That's it. And click on the button that says subscribe. Right? That's all. It's easy. Email, subscribe. Yes. Okay. Good point. Good point. So once you press subscribe, you will get an email in response. That might go to your junk folder. So please check your junk folder. But once you get that, you've got the keys to the kingdom. You now will receive this precious communication yourself without intermediaries, just like the relationship with Swami, heart to heart directly. Your relationship with Love and Light will be heart to heart now. So you get that direct every month. No forwarding, no nothing. It's easy, okay? Have you all done it? Have you clicked the button? Yes? Have you? Good. Any questions? Let us know. But in all seriousness, we have all of these communications tools, as Amit said earlier, whether it's the Instagram or whatever it is. Love and Light is a great communication. Please, 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 if you are not subscribed, please do so. We want you to have as much information as possible. I'll finish now. Sai Ram.
My humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our divine Swami. Brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. I have the, I think, unenviable task of following Brother Ronnie and his passionate talk about love and light there, so thank you very much. You make my job very easy. It falls to me just to recap for everybody as a vote of thanks what we have experienced today. With Swami's grace, without Swami, nothing is possible. We heard from various office bearers across the Sathya Sai Organisation UK. We heard from our dear brother Phil, our zonal chair, who talked passionately about the importance of yoga, meditation, self-development, conscious leadership, and much more to come on those topics during the course of 2024. We heard from Shakti Anna about the importance of governance and legal compliance within the organization. We have responsibilities which we must adhere to. We heard from Satish Annawa about all the wonderful plans ahead in 2024 in relation to Vedam, Bhajan singing, study circles, Rudrahomam, Sai Smaran, and the collaborations internationally with the likes of Radio Sai Media Center and so on. We heard from the SSE wing as to the participation of SSE children across pilgrimage, National Rishrama Day, developing Group 4 as part of the next stage of their development, and the young adult wing for their vision for 2024, the spiritual development through Sai literature, a moment with Sai, Global Young Adults Conference in Prashanti Nilayam later on this year in July, which I'm sure will be a wonderful experience for everybody. We heard from the very charismatic media team led by Amit Bhai, all the achievements of the media team over the last year and what is in store for everybody during the course of 2024. We heard, I think very importantly, from the service wing through social care, Medicare, and all the other wings of service that the Sai organization is involved with, that we as devotees can take part in and uplift ourselves spiritually. A few thank yous. First of all, and most importantly, our thank you to our Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, without whom a leaf cannot move, without whom there is no life. So thank you to Swami for giving us the opportunity to gather here today and to learn from each other and have the wonderful satsang through the group conversations that we've just had. Thank you to the venue for hosting us today. I'm sure we'll all agree that the facilities have been wonderful, and it was a real pleasure to gather here today in such a divine location. Thank you to Brother Phil, our zonal chair, for being with us today and sharing his experiences. To everyone in the team in Region 3 for hosting the event. Thank you to the stage team who have erected this wonderful stage for everybody to present Swami's teachings and the plans for 2024. I'd like to say thank you to the media team who selflessly have made sure that today has ticked over very nicely. Thank you for all the efforts and the wonderful videos that have been created to inspire us for the year ahead and throughout our responsibilities as office bearers and active workers, or just workers, as Brother Phil said, no such thing as a passive worker. Thank you to the service team for everything they have done today, from organizing things overnight. People were here yesterday, getting everything ready for us today, so thank you very much for your selfless service. Thank you to the team downstairs who provided a wonderfully nourishing lunch. I know that everybody was very hungry by that point, so thank you very much for sustaining us. And of course, thank you to everyone who attended today. I know it is a very good use of your time, but a lengthy use of your time as well, so thank you for all your perseverance. Wonderful to be able to share experiences with you all. And we hope that these discussions today will be useful within your centers, within your regions. Please do take this information back to your centers, share with your congregations, so that we may all continue Swami's mission in an effective and spiritual way that he will be proud of. Please do also provide feedback. This is a labor of love at the National Office Bearers Conference, but every year, with any event that is organized, we want to do better. That feedback comes from you as the devotees, so please, through your center chairs, your regional chairs, please do provide feedback. We will accept it with love and gratitude and humility. The next national event will be the National Ishwarama Day celebrations, which have already been touched on Saturday, the 4th of May at the Bushi Academy. We hope to see as many of you there as possible. And while no one has had to pay to come here, it's not one of those conferences, if you don't want to incur any sort of financial penalty and you've driven here, please do not turn left out of the building. You will get a ticket. So please make sure you read the signs and go right. Last thing, please do have a safe journey home. Thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts for all of your support and your commitment and everything that you have shared with us today. We will finish with a few bhajans and Swami's Aarti. Jai Sai Ram.
आनंदमय जय राम